Good evening, everyone. I hope you have had a most excellent day, and I hope you're ready for a most excellent evening. So, let's get into it, and remember to turn my volume down, and let's play some Monster Train, and have a wonderful, wonderful time. Yeah, let's pick a crown, and go from there. Or maybe we play some Soul Savior, but I think we'll start with crowns. I know I keep talking about Soul Savior and then not doing it, but someday we'll get to it. We might do like Bullet Wormkin. Yeah, that seems a reasonable place to start. How you doing, by the way, Fury? Yeah, let's just do Bullet Wormkin. There we go. I do think I probably want Echo Break, but Fracture is not unappealing, especially being a debuff means that we could propagate it, which would mostly only matter if we're using Proliferate, since that hits like all enemies on the field. High difficulty Soul Savior's whack. You either soar or you die at boss number 2. I have heard that it is somewhat feast or famine like that. Yeah, I guess let's take the Fracture. I do still generally like Echo Breaks better, but let's try this. And again, I even thought about making the joke. Turns out, wasn't a joke. Once again, I take the time to sit there and make decisions, and it does not matter. Okay. I mean, infused Cheery Deathcap isn't the worst. It is awkward, like they're hard to use well, at least just because of capacity requirements. I do kind of want to take it though, but I don't think it matters enough. It just like, Cheery Deathcap is kind of cute. Like, 7 decay to the whole enemy team is nice and all, but like, compare that to Moral Mistress, where I could just build my deck around consume cards, and then I can play much more easily. I can play out multiple like shelters or other consume cards in a turn, and we can be doing more decay. And I can also have multiple Moral Mistresses on a floor, so I can proc all of them at the same time, as opposed to only procking once. I mean, like, obviously Cheery Deathcap is meant to combo with, like, the rally part of Under Legion, namely, like, Spore Launcher, but yeah, it's something. I think we take Grow Room. I still kind of want to take, well, we've already got Infectory. I'll take Cheery Deathcap for now. I don't, like, super want to. Oh, we're absolutely taking the Broken Memories. Like, yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, we have what we need already. I mean, I don't give a shit about Amorous and Oki. Like, the problem is I don't need more Moral Mistresses. Oh, yeah, we'll take World Ending Strain. Why not? Yeah, I mean, we'll take Executioner. Well then, do we need to play it out? Yeah, it's quite the start. I will say that for sure. I think we still want Bullet on your floor rather than multiple Moral Mistresses, just for reasons. We're gonna put you there just in case the collector spawns up there. Yeah, we'll just not take the damage, I guess. Okay. So I do need another unit here, but we've got that taken care of with that. I don't have any consume card to bring back, which makes it feel a little silly, but whatever, fine. We'll just play that there, even though it's a little bit of a waste, but so be it. Oops. Okay. Well, we're already winning just by raw, beautiful stats, but, you know, just for the sake of it. There we go. This is partly why we took Executioner, because Executioner helps us win Relentless. It also just helps set up a wall of defense. But on the whole, we're going to be okay. Yeah, I mean, we'll take the Proliferate. I kind of want to take the Rot and turn it into a Consume card. Sure. Okay. Well, I think I need to go here. I really want to visit Merchant of Magic for a variety of things, mainly Spell Chain. Spell Chain is the ideal. Spell Chain is so good for us. And in fact, nonetheless, we'll go here. We'll look for Smidgestone or Dualism. Okay. Doesn't really matter what this is. I mean, Deathcap Prophet is cool. I don't think I need it, but, like, it is good. The problem is I can't fit it if I have Bolette on the floor. And I do think we still want Bolette on the floor currently. My deck is relatively small to begin with, so it isn't as necessary. We're just going to skip. It's fine. Basically, just any capacity that we're using on that, we would rather use with, like, a Moral Mistress. 2 capacity upgrade run. I mean, legitimately, it would be rather good for us to take some capacity. Yeah, we should be fine without those, I think. But we'll see what we get. I'm a bit inconsistent on defense to begin with, but we're working on that. Alright, he does take a beating, but now we just get a ton of fungi. Get rid of that. Oh look, they're all gonna die. I mostly just need to thin out my deck and just like upgrade the broken memories, and that's most of what we need to do. Should have done that in a different order. I was thinking I was going to get the shelter back, but that's not how that works, so. It's just not how that works. Well, here we are, already winning, but let's win harder. Ta-da! I forgot that that is their summon sound. Yeah, this is quite the start. For sure. I mean, Gooey Flask isn't bad. Sure, I guess. I'll take it. I don't really need to be taking all these things, but I will do it. Kind of want to go here looking for, like, Exile's Diadem, but no, we absolutely want to go here. I mean, Siren Song is cute. It shouldn't matter with how... You know what? I will actually still take it. It's a little weird. The one thing we were actually looking for there was Unnamed Tome, or whatever it's called. The one that mutes. Broken Memories probably deserves the distinct nerf. I would disagree. So, for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's not insanely strong to be getting back a single Broken Memories every turn. Like, if I'm just using one Broken Memories to get back another Broken Memories, that's not that big a deal. And also, that's kind of like the core, like, fun functionality of the card. And so, like, yeah, it can be strong if you give it Spell Chain, but you are devoting a draw to the Broken Memories. You are, like, there are consequences for using it. And ultimately, it just becomes a dramatically less fun, less good card if you can't get it back. Moreover, there are multiple other ways to get back Consume cards in Wurmkin now, especially with Chamber of Recall. I think that Broken Memories is actually a much worse card than it was when it was kind of like the premier way to be getting back a Consume card every turn. Obviously, there's a little bit of differences. Broken Memories lets you choose which card you're getting back, whereas Chamber of Recall doesn't. But Chamber of Recall doesn't eat up a draw. It doesn't require any investment from your part during the turn, other than, you know, when you first play it out. Yada, yada, yada. Like, I think Broken Memories is good. I don't think it's outright busted. And I think if you make it distinct, it breaks what is both good and fun about the card. Yeah, that's less helpful. Okay, well, fine. Also, unlike Monster Train 1, you can't get Spell Chain just for free, basically, like you could with the temple upgrades in Monster Train 1. So you do have to invest a fair bit of gold for it to do anything. Well, not to do anything, but if you want to get the, like, powerful functionality out of it. Oh, look at that sweet build-up of fungi. Okay, I am sapping myself, but also, like, who cares? Like, we're almost killing Archeon right here. I did forget, by the way, that it's knockback Archeon. But also, it doesn't matter. Not in the slightest. Because he already has enough to die. Ta-da! Contagious is cute. We probably want, like, I don't really want to use Contagious, but I am not guaranteed to get what else I need, so it's a good backup. I'm not taking these. Glare Minder's cool, but I don't need it. I'm gonna take Ember, though I feel like that's maybe unnecessary. Okay, please give me Smidge Stone. Fuck. Well, that's less exciting. If I'd gone Smidgestone, I was gonna dupe the Moral Mistress. We didn't, so I don't know what I want to get back now. Might just get back a Broken Memory, or another Broken Memories. It's either that or like the Contagious, but I would prefer to wait until we have upgraded things. That's fine for now. I would like to do a lot more than that, but we'll see. Also, I do appreciate him having dramatically higher HP now, because it means that we are less liable to have a bad turn one. Okay, we'll just do that. You're not quite dead, which sort of is a problem, because there is Heaven Seal, but also doesn't really matter. He gets a bunch of extra decay from his buddy dying, and so it ends up not really mattering. I'll get that back, I guess. Probably should get it back to Proliferate, if anything, but that's okay. I just figured this is good if we want to build up some armor with the shelters. Oh, wrong order. Alright, seems not bad. Oh no, it's Kel! I mean, I do hate Kel, but still. Alright, well, he's super dead now, since he already has 52 decay on him, but then as soon as his buddies die, it goes to 155 decay, and that makes pretty quick work of him. Sure. Fine. I mean, I don't hate the Soul Cripple. Power of Knowledge is kind of cute here. I don't think we actually want it, but we are sort of generating countless extra consume cards. Thought that was something different for a moment. I was more excited. Alas. Sure. There's the spell chain we want. Okay, now sky's the limit. Another Contagious is good, but Broken Memories is better for us, so that's what we're doing. Sure, we'll leave it like that for now. One moment. Alright, there we go. Yeah, reanimate will be fine. Like, you know, Not great, necessarily, but it shouldn't actually hurt us since they're just going to die to the damage over time, regardless. Okay. The one problem is that we are going to get some decay on Colette, which I don't love. It's not a big deal, it's just that we don't have any fun guy first. Really, it's just I need to make sure that we are... I was like, how are you not dead? It's the reanimate, that's all. Anyway, we just need to make sure that we're generating enough armor with the shelter to keep him alive. But that shouldn't be a problem for us. Yeah, we generate a lot of decay now, even with our single Moral Mistress. It's also a little deceptive with World Ending Strain, because it processes the damage from the decay front to back, and so as one enemy dies, their decay builds up onto the next enemy, and the next enemy, and the next enemy, which is not how I would expect it to work most of the time, but that is how it works. Alright, I forgot Broken Memories put on top, not on hand. Yes, that is an important distinction with the card. Probably should have done that a little differently, but here we are. Alright, well, time to deal with this. Doesn't matter what we're getting back, ready to kill. I'm doing it anyways because it feels eminently wrong not to do it, but here we are. Well. There he goes. How exciting. I mean, I do like Pandemic, but I mean, it does give sap, which I appreciate. I just think it's probably not worth me caring. No. Again, Merchant of Arms cute, but if we hit Smidgestone here, that's huge. Okay, beautiful. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Well, we're going to very soon have way more overkill than we need. I don't really need to get that back, but that's what we're doing anyways. Okay. And yeah, unsurprisingly, we haven't actually need the Siren Song. It's just a bit of safety and insurance. But here we are. Well, Gale is pretty fucked. I mean, he's already basically dead. And now he's going to be super dead. As one does. Doesn't really matter what we get back. Ta-da! Already has 450 decay, but then as each of these guys dies, he ends up with a whole lot more decay and takes 2,700 damage. Worm Connections is cool, but I don't think we need that right now. Likewise, Great Decay is cool, but we basically already have all that, so we're going to take Capacity. Yeah, unfortunately we're not going to get deployable on the Siren Song or the Infectory, unless we get Dante's Footstool, but I'm pretty sure that was in our opening artifact selection, which means we can't see it again. But that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Now give me Intrinsic. No. Alright, well. That's fine. Sure, I guess. And then we make another Moral Mistress. So the Marker Invasion's a little awkward. This is why we wanted... This is why we wanted the Siren Song. Well, we did end up getting the Siren Song. I was going to just play one of the consume cards here so the Moral Mistress could kill. I didn't have an answer to these guys yet, and was hoping that we would draw into the Siren Song by then, but didn't need to. It's all good. Okay, we basically need to keep getting the gooey flask back. And I guess I'll get the Bounding Echoes just for the sake of it. Let's get this back. I kind of want to get back the mulch, but Meh. Yeah, so we do that, and we do that, and that. The one, well, not the one, but one of the problems with the strategy is just that cards end up not being in the same ordering in this pile, and so I can't as easily just click on what I want. So it ends up slowing things down pretty quickly. But whatever. Alright, this is a little absurd, but here we are. The back guy is taking 4,000 damage. It is still correct for me to be getting back the broken memories on this final turn, even if what they return is not going to matter. Because in Monster Train 2, the spell chain copy does proc the edge effect as well, so having my consume cards have spell chain on them does double their damage output. Doesn't matter what I get back. Oops. Sure. And yes, I'm aware that it didn't actually matter, but still makes me happier to see the number go up. Alright, and then she takes 3,000 for the second turn, and she's super dead. Again, Pandemic real good. Deadly Variant is okay. I'm not going to take it, though. If only we can send some to Dominion so the decay spreads. I mean, that's a cute idea, but there's no way we're going to let that happen. Do I want that Chamber of Recall? Kind of. Yeah, I mean, I'll take it, even though it's more expensive stuff that I have to play out. Okay, so give me... Just give me Smidgestone and Dualism, or at the very least Smidgestone. Nope. Yeah, we'll take Verdant Cycle. Trader's Quill is kind of cute. It's not really necessary, but it is cute. I don't actually need the jack strips. We already took care of our problems. Yeah, there's not really anything I need to remove. I guess let's get rid of the hosting kin now. Weirdly, I'll get rid of one of the broken memories. Hello, Glacier. How you doing, friend? None of these matter. I mean, most things don't matter for me, but still. It's a shame we didn't get Smidgestone, because if we did, then we could have put all of our Moral Mistresses together. I mean, honestly, I kind of want to not play her out so then we can get Decay on Seraph on turn 1. And you know what? I think we will. nothing mattered after the beginning draft. I mean, yeah, kind of. It was shenanigansly good for us. Okay, we'll save that one for next turn. It's a shame we don't have Dante's Footstool. God, why are you wasting your time going to that floor, you son of a bitch? Alright. Now you finally show your face again, you coward. I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter what I get back, but, you know, just to be certain. That was a little wrong, but again, who cares? And there we go. The super reanimate guys do prevent us from... Whatever, it's fine. We murdered him real good. Could have murdered him faster if he had gone to bottom floor earlier instead of stopping by mid floor to bully the fun guys, but hey. Sometimes it's just what happens. Alright, more Mistress 1, 2, 3. And the crew is assembled. Well, sadly, don't have a way to sap you yet, but reasonably convinced it doesn't matter. I mean, again, like, so what if I take some fire damage? Like, we'll be just fine. Yeah, I don't really need the siren song, but we'll play it just because I can. Again, it was more of a backup than anything else. Unsurprisingly, didn't end up mattering. Okay, well, let's do this first, I guess. Oh no, we're getting sapped. What a terrible fate. I was hoping that we would have gone the gooey flask by now, but oh well. You guys are somewhat scary, but this should be fine in mere moments. There we go. Again, they're not doing no damage, but it doesn't super matter when we're able to generate so much armor all in one turn. Okay, look at us go. Fucking stop hurting my pyre, you son of a bitch. Well... Well, unsurprisingly, Savagery and Entropy are both down. We're just waiting on Dominion, as one does. Didn't end up sapping you. But I guess we'll do this. Unfortunately, you don't have any... You don't have any Reap or Decay on you. Which is sad, but hey. We'll do what we can just to break you down. Yes, look at all that decay. Beautiful, beautiful decay. Right. And yes, I am aware that we're not killing the guys on bottom floor. You know what? Just for kicks. Let's go ahead and kill you guys, and let's go back to our regularly scheduled programming. It's just that with the Trader's Coil, we do actually do fairly good damage to Dominion, just by spamming out all those cards. Since every card we play is a consume card, except for the Pyrolate now. Well. Alright, well, 1100 decay, 3000 decay, a mere 9000 damage a turn, and there we go. Anyways, yeah, unsurprisingly, that was a pretty easy run, and very strong. Like, we had a perfect clan combo for it, we got an amazing artifact right off the bat. Took us a little bit to get the Smidge Stone, but otherwise, you know, not a big deal. Woo! Anyways, that was cute. It was a little ridiculous. Okay, who are we doing next? Oh, and why am I so tired today? I slept a good chunk of the day. Yet I've still been exhausted all day. Maybe I'm dying. I just realized that for nearly all of the Railforge crowns on this page, we've done the Allied Champion, or not the Allied Champion, the Secondary Champion, instead of the Primary Champion. I didn't realize that I'd done that. Certainly wasn't intentional, but here we are. I guess maybe let's do Herzl and Pyreborn? Sure. Let's do Herzl and Pyreborn. Yeah, again, the Bloated Whelps aren't actually that bad for us, but we'll still stick with the Firestarter. Okay. I love Magma Cultist. Weldling ain't bad. Fireball is not bad. Wing Spirit is not great, especially if we are protecting us with armor. Ooh, interesting. Pretty confident we want Artificial Pyrostone here. But like, Dante's Footstool is interesting. How you doing, Elix? Also, I think I said hi, but if I didn't, how you doing, Edwin? Actually, after saying that, I think I didn't say hi, but either way, hello. I mean, I just really like Artificial Pyrostone. It's just so good and versatile. Even though these are doing very similar things. But we'll take the Pyrostone. Could you do a run with Dragon Horde Queen sometime? I try to win with her, but I just can't, no matter what all others I can do. Have we done all of the crowns with her? We haven't done Wormkin with her, so we can do that next if you remind me. Overall, I think Gilda's a fairly good champion. But, yeah, we can discuss that when we're doing that run. She just dies on me or does no damage. Yeah, I mean, I can see why you'd be having trouble with her. On the whole, I do think she's pretty solid, but again, I'll happily do that one next if you just remind me as we get to the end of this run. I don't know that Enduring Steel is really going to help me here. On the other hand, I don't love Blacksmith either. Okay, well, stepping back a moment. Enduring Steel's good if I'm actually going to use, like, the Weldlings. If I'm just going to go Magma Cultist all the time and just burn everything to death, then Enduring Steel looks a lot less useful. Still may be worth it, actually. I don't know. Fine. We'll just go Enduring Steel. What I wanted was Pyresmith, because this is the one clan combo that has access to cooldown reduction, basically. And so, that would have been cute, but that's okay. How you doing, Jank Shank? God, do I want to hold on to the Magma Cultist and Greed? You know what? Fuck it. Who are we kidding? You'll be burning things down regardless. I mean, we both know that the chances of that are high. Anyways, runs go okay. We have only done one run before this, and it was very good. I would go so far as to call it, perhaps, shenanigans. We just had, like, an insane start right off the bat, so. And unsurprisingly, it didn't take a whole ton to just convert that into a win. Okay, we are going to take some damage, whatever. But we got a little bit of permanent scaling onto the cultists, and that will help a little bit in the future. Doing alright, we had a team check-in meeting that was basically a big nothing. Going to give some feedback to the old boss tomorrow. Fair enough. I know how those sorts of meetings go. Yeah, I could pop Wing Spirit here. I think it's fine to let it go for now. Okay, not wildly impressive, but we'll do that. Yeah, you guys are doing like fuck all damage to him. Okay, let's do this in the right order. Alright, yeah, not great. Probably should have just played the Weldling earlier and gotten a little bit of armor. We almost kill him, but unfortunately we don't kill him and then he heals and we take 2 hits. It's not that big a deal. Like, we lose some health, but health exists to be lost. Meeting included, we're going to recognize team members more going forward, but didn't take the opportunity to recognize anyone in the moment. Yeah, that's annoying. Like, that sort of behavior directly irritates me. But that's how things go. It's just like, it's a nice gesture, but it feels tone deaf. And that makes it hollow. So, here's the deal. Bonk is good in that it's already at 9 damage, which means that it can kill a couple things right off the bat. Namely, it can kill the silence guys, which is fairly important if we're going to be magma cultisting our way to victory. It also gives us forge points that we can use with Enduring Steel to good effect, and that's pretty important to us. Hammerfall, on the other hand, can be, well, A, it's damage scaling if we want it. B, it can be used while at 0 Ember, which is surprisingly useful. Especially if we're building up Pyrogel with, like, the Cultists. Being able to then proc the Pyrogel. Like, even if this does 0 damage on its own, it will still proc the Pyrogel and deal however much damage in Pyrogel we have. I still think we're going to take the Bonk, even though... Okay, I don't super love taking Alchemy here, but it is good for us. Namely, if I can get... Like, I don't care about getting, like, major artifacts from it. I certainly don't care about going all in on Horde. But if I can get to the minor artifacts and get, like, Hellfire Bellows and things like that, Flaming Talons, those are just already quite good for us. Yeah, I know our 2 managers, they're well-intentioned, but it was pretty tone-deaf. Yeah. It's frustrating, but that's just how it goes sometimes. What I really want is Dualism. And I'm pretty confident we just want to reroll. Okay, I will take Multi-Strike. It's definitely not what I wanted, but it's okay. Yeah, I'll take a Crucible Steward, I guess. Okay. I'm gonna not play out the Magma Cultist, even though I think that's likely a mistake. It's just that I would very much like to forge the Magma Cultist more. I unfortunately didn't get Dualism, because that would be really nice for the permanent armor, but hey. I could heal you, but I'm not going to. On a Monster Train note, how do you get out of a rut playing... How do you get out of a rut on relying on sweepers for everything? I don't know that there's a good answer to that. I personally just very much enjoy variety, and so I try just... Like, I have long since tried to just play different, interesting, fun things. Like, you see it all the time when I'm playing where I hem and haw over the correct choice, or this is interesting and might make for a fun run. And, like, more often than not, you see me lean towards the, you know, let's take a gamble on something, let's make it work. Because I think just for how many hours I put into this game, I think that leads to more interesting, fun runs overall. Relatedly, I would say, I guess, you just kind of have to also be willing to lose occasionally. Like, the reason that people get into a rut of playing with sweepers and relying on them is that they're strong and they know that that's a way to win. And if you are used to using that all the time, you're going to probably have a harder time winning with other things, and so you are going to lose more. But just like going into it with the expectation that it's okay to lose, it is fine so long as you're having a good time, I think that is a good mindset to have, and probably helps you enjoy it more in the long run. Anyways, kind of rambling, but I think that's more or less the answer I would give. Okay, let's kill that. And let's kill that. Yeah, the problem is I would like to use the weldling, but I really need to save the forge point for our buddy. And I also would like to play out the alchemy. Honestly, forgot that that was going to trigger the etch. I do still take damage here, which is not great. How you doing, Wrath? Good to see you. Okay, goodbye, weldling. Well, at this rate, I have to do that, which I'm not happy about. Probably could have done that differently. I also, if I don't draw the Magma Cultist, we have big problems. Yeah, the problem is that I just didn't... The problem is I drew the Magma Cultist on turn 1, and I was trying to be greedy, but turns out, don't get to greed that much, that's fine. Unless I, like, really wanted to fiddle with things. I was also debating not using the Crucible Steward up here on the first turn. The only reason I did is because we have the Marker Invasion. But my original game plan was not to do that. Okay, whatever. We'll go back to the original game plan of just doing this. I do a lot of random all, but I do lose a fair amount with clans without sweepers. Come from an MTG background, I'm not unaccustomed to losing, but I know sweepers aren't the only answer. I just need to figure out how to build and play better. Yeah, yeah. I mean, a lot of it just comes down to experimenting and identifying different options. It's part of why I don't talk about this on stream as much, but on the Discord and on Steam and things, I talk about this all the time. That I think it's very common with Monster Train, especially for like intermediate players, to kind of misunderstand what they're looking for in deck building. Like, for instance, very often I hear people complaining about like Savagery Seraph and saying like, you lose unless you have a quick sweep unit so that you can kill the backliners before they attack. Similarly, I hear people always talking about units in terms of tanks and damage dealers. Kind of a fundamental misunderstanding of what you're actually looking for. Like, ultimately, every deck needs to solve essentially 4 problems. They need to solve, like, how are you going to deal with heavy frontliners? Like, you know, the high HP enemies who don't do a whole lot of damage, but block a lot of your outgoing damage. Ultimately, they won't do too much damage to your Pyre, but they can still be a threat if you are leaking them regularly. Number 2, how are you dealing with the high-impact backlaners? This means either, like, high damage units, or ones that apply corruption on hit, or more particularly things like the silence enemies, or the haste dudes, or my personal least favorite enemies, the Scourge enemies. Number 3, how are you keeping your team defended? And number 4, how are you beating Relentless? And, like, I think looking at all of your drafts and your upgrades and your choices in terms of that framework is very helpful. Because you can look at things in terms of, in every draft you should be looking at things in terms of what does this help me solve and what should I be looking for, essentially. And so, like, you know, you can start breaking things down into a much... You can start breaking things down in very different ways. Like, for instance, dealing with the backliners in Savagery. You don't have to deal with them with Quick Sweep. Quick Sweep is a good way to take them out because you can kill them before they can attack, and they can output a lot of damage, especially when you factor in the melee weakness and you factor in the extra rage that Seraph gives them. But there are plenty of other ways to deal with them. You can daze them, you can ascend them to a different floor and have them, you know, fight different units of yours or do whatever. You can even let them hit the pyre. They don't do that much damage if you have to. You can just use damage shields. You can use stealth. You can just build up a ton of armor. You can just scale up your HP with, like, Keeper of Echoes. You can kill them with damage spells instead of a sweeper. You can sap them. There are tons of different ways you can solve the problem. And so I think part of it is just being aware of what you're actually looking for, rather than falling into kind of the same comfortable answers all the time. Not that you should, like, never use, you know, sweep units, of course, but they're certainly not necessary in the way that people make them out to be. And essentially what sweep units are actually doing for you is they are giving you good wave clear, like they're ensuring that you have the right number of hits to clear a wave, which is valuable, don't get me wrong. But like, you can do similar things just by having multiple units on a floor, or having multi-strike, or thinning out the waves with spell damage. Like, there's a lot of other things you can do to accomplish similar effects. I do think we need to heal here, and then we can get the Weldling going. Not my favorite, but it does give us the defense that we need. Yeah, there's the other Weldling. Yeah, unfortunately I can't smelt this turn, and I would really love to smelt this turn. Thanks for breaking it all down. I think one of the issues I run into is not scaling enough damage without sweep to clear out backliners, particularly in clans without great damage spells. Yeah, and like, you know, scaling is really important in Monster Train. Like, that is the name of the game. Trying to think of how to say this concisely, but yeah, like, it is widely important that you are focusing on scaling. It is just so massively important to success, both defensive and offensive scaling. And again, that's part of why I get frustrated with people trying to categorize units in terms of like tanks and damage dealers, because it's not, you're not looking for a tank and a damage dealer. Like, that's not what's important. What's important is having defensive scaling and offensive scaling. Literally any unit can be your frontliner. Literally any unit can be your backliners. Doesn't actually matter. There are some units that are better at it, of course, but like, if I'm stacking 30 damage shields on something, doesn't actually fucking matter what HP my unit has or what it does defensively. Doesn't matter. So like, viewing things in that framework, I think, is a lot more helpful than looking at it in terms of just, you know, here are my tanks, here are my damage dealers, yada yada yada. And yes, I should have done this differently, but here we are. Because I should have done that first. But yeah, here we are. Also, I have some forward points that I can't use. close, and I don't know that we're going to kill the boss very well here, because I do have bad damage. But, I did do that turn slightly wrong, but I don't think it really affects things. Because I was supposed to do the smith before doing the fire starters. Yeah, that's not enough. I don't know that I can win this fight this way. I am pretty weak. I mean, I could also just ignore some of the problems here. Yeah, the problem is I really do just want the Magma Cultist to get the Forge points. Or I want it up front so it's benefiting from the Weldling armor. But I'm also still not getting a ton of armor from the Weldlings. Okay. Let's, I guess, still just do it like this. The problem, again, though, is I think I just don't draw the Magma Cultist in a timely enough manner. Which feels extraordinarily bad. But I can't do that. I don't play with the Pyro Ball, which feels very bad, but hey. Problem is that, like, he has no HP, basically, and so he just kind of gets shit on by the Vanguards here. Because I have to do that, and I have to do that. I need to do that, and then still get more Forge points with that, which helps, because then it means that we can Forge you a little higher, and you're giving 9 armor return, which is substantially better. Still not great, but it is better. I could also just not play the Alchemy, and then I could be getting some more Forge points here to spend on the other Weldling when it shows up in a moment. Yeah, I'm just not getting nearly enough armor for this. Or other things, frankly. Yeah, unsurprisingly, that's not close. I mean, I could also just, like, be doing the Magma Cultist on a lower floor, where the spikes are lower. I don't know. The problem is I just don't have good Forge generation. I didn't take HP when I could have, should have. Then we got problems. We have problems. Well, here we are. Life is pain. I did forget that there was a reason that I wasn't going to do it exactly like this. Which is to say, this is awful. Yeah, it's not great. No, I do survive that, but not well. Also, I did forget that I could do that. So, like, I could have given slightly more forge points to my Weldling. Ideally, I would just not do that. Okay. So then I can't play out the Weldling. Realistically, what I should do this turn is forge the Weldling. What I would like to do this turn is not do that. Slightly wrong order, but hey. Alright, well, we'll see if we draw the Magma Cultist. We probably don't. Yeah. Which means that building up the forge points is worthless because it doesn't actually do anything if I don't have the Magma Cultist. I know I'm hemming and hawing and I should just let this run die because I put myself in a bad situation and here we are. But I want it to work, even if I know why it's not working. It'd be really nice if I had an equipment to forge instead. Like, that is number one what I would most desire. Alright, we'll be... Okay, we'll do it that way. Oh, except I'm not getting the collector this way. Whoops. I am still taking some fire damage this way, but I think it's better to soften him up. Maybe that's wrong. Yeah, I could actually do this in a different order where we go in the Pyrogel first. I'm just so in the habit of just using the Crucible Steward right off the bat, which is not always correct. Okay. I would love to forge that, but... Or to smelt that, I should say. Alright, well, here's our life now. Persil does die, which isn't great. Although we get the Wellbling here, it would be nice, but we didn't. And of course, that's really not a helpful set of things. Yeah, that's not going to work. Okay, that's fine. I'll let it die. That was a little too greedy, unsurprisingly. Turns out, should have taken the HP when it was offered. Well, I let my streak come to an end, but that's okay. Alright, I would like to succeed on this, but we were asked to play Gilda. I think it was Wormkin is what we were going to play. Wormkin it is. I definitely want the Echo Breaks with Gilda. I mean, Fracture, again, not bad, but I would like the ability to shoot things immediately. And so, shoot things immediately we shall. Carver's not bad. Lava Armor's fine. Hostingkin is pretty good. Well, it's okay. I don't want Wing Clippings, and Shadow Sheath I really don't want with this clan combo, unfortunately. Yeah, Elix, if you're there, do you have a preference on seeing Bloat Matron or Lady Avarice here? I'm fine playing either. They're both good. Lady Avarice is generally the easier, more applicable one, just because getting a lot of gold is very helpful. I personally like Bloat Matron a lot more most of the time, because it actually contributes to your scaling, and also the minus cost on the whelps can be really useful. Wait a second, this is a hack. She made a decision on secondary clan that actually ended up mattering. Yeah, it did feel like every time I made decisions we got Pyre of Dominion, but here we are, actually getting to make decisions for once. Well, I don't see a response from Elix, so let's make decisions. The problem is that until we get capacity, I can't use either of these super well, unless I'm just not putting the Carver on the same floor as Gilda, which is fine. We could just do that. I think I probably want Bloat Matron, though. I mean, I just always prefer Bloat Matron. Yeah, let's just take Bloat Matron. That's fine. Okay, let's do Gilda there and Carver there. Unfortunately, this is one of those combos where we can't fit the other Shield Steward on the floor, but alas. Alright, yeah, let's just get a kill. I would love to have left one of the whelps for the following turn, but can't. That's fine. Oh, you know what? I totally could have played the other Shield Steward. Despite how many hours I've played since the Railforge DLC, I still, in my mind, think of Shard Soul Carver as being 3 capacity like it was in Monster Train 1 sometimes. Well, nonetheless, here we are. Probably should have just played out the whelp anyways. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to hold on to... We're going to hold on to the whelp so we can blow it up when the boss comes. And then we're going to push that guy out of the way. And then with the extra Pyrogel buildup from the Lava Armor, we're good. Ta-da! Okay, here's where we have an actual choice. Pretty sure we want the Flicker, kind of want the Golden Touch. Especially because the Golden Touch is infused. And if we end up doing, like, the Shard Soul Carver later, or, you know, if we're using Keeper of Echoes or something, the Golden Touch looks a lot better in that regard. Nonetheless, Flicker with Pyre Gel is really useful. We'll take the Flicker. Proclamation isn't bad. I do like Shelter, though. Pretty sure we want Shelter. The problem is, like, I'm not going to be great at building up charges at the moment. You know what? I'll just take Proclamation. That's fine. Yeah, let's go here. I'll take a Hot Head for now. I don't know if we're going to use it long term, but it's decent enough for now. Sure, it's a relatively minimal cost. I'll do that. And I will do the Spell Chain on the Flicker. And that's good enough for now. Okay, so Carver, Hothead, we have so much deployment ember. And here we go. Alright, so explosion number 1. Let's just hold on to a little bit of HP on Gilda by blocking here. He's gonna get the Pyre Gel either way. He does take a little less damage, but so be it. Unfortunately, I don't get to play the Calcified Ember. Oh well. And again, I'm not actually powering up the Shard Soul Carver at all right now, which is a little concerning, but that's okay. Unfortunately, I can't use the Shield Steward, but there we go. Alright, so you can freely murder that guy. We blow up Whelp number 1, we blow up Whelp number 2, which kills the backliner. And then we should easily kill the boss like this. He's already getting a ton of Pyre Gel and a fair bit of damage. And then, even with just the current state of the Shard Soul Carver, he would die. But also, let's just go ahead and kill him ourselves. Since every one of these hits deals 40-some damage, thanks to all the Pyre Gel we got. I certainly don't need another Lava Armor. The Snotty Whelp is kind of cute. If it were infused, I'd be way more willing to take it. It's just like an okay target for Endless. It's not an amazing target though, but it's fine. Kind of want to take it. Just gonna take another Flicker, I guess. And I'll take an Echo Transfer. It's not really what I wanted to see, but okay. Titanite is fine, but... Yeah, that's fine. I guess I'll endless that. It has uses. Wasn't like my favorite option here, but that's okay. So, currently don't have any rare cards. Might be nice later. The mute is good. The only problem is that it's sort of bad into Flesh Weaver, but I think that's still just fine for us. I was really hoping for Smidgestone. Didn't get it. Oh well. Multi-Strike also would be good, but Smidgestone was far and away what I was hoping for. Yep. Yay, the famed mute for Flesh Weaver. Yep, it's something. It's not that big a deal, but it's also not ideal, but it's fine. Okay, well, look at us go. We'll just shave off a hefty chunk of HP. Alright, he certainly looks a lot more impressive now. Alright, whelp number 1. Whelp number 2. And unfortunately, she's still taking a pretty hefty beating, but now we're killing another dude, which means that we're going to get more Pyrogel. And our goal right now is basically just get a bunch of Pyrogel on the boss. Like, that's what we're doing. Yeah, we know you're almost dead, and we have a bunch of other problems. Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't get enough infused cards this turn, so you died to the spikes, even though you were very close to surviving. Yeah, I don't love that. Well, let's see what we can do. That does keep you alive for a mere moment. I will refresh your HP a minor bit. Yeah, I don't love this, but we're sort of okay. I had some bad draws, and it really caused some issues, but we'll see what we can do. So you're going down to 182. Unfortunately, we're at exactly 45, which means 3 hits from you will kill us. Like, I do okay damage to you, but certainly just not good enough. I really needed just slightly different things. Realistically, I think I need to have you guys on mid-floor. Since then the flagellants that are hitting you won't be nearly as oppressive. Okay. Alright, you're still taking some damage, whatever. We're trying to keep the Carver alive because it's helpful. Doing what we can. Yeah, that's certainly not great. Oh, she loses so much HP already. Yeah, can't quite kill your spells. I could play out a whelp there, though. But I would also like to do that. Okay, I think we're just going to accept taking some fire damage from those guys. And in exchange, we can knock off a bit of his mass, which is helpful. And your ability isn't up this turn, unfortunately. And Gilda dies, which I'm really not happy about, but I do want these guys to survive real bad. But I now get Scourge cards, which is annoying. Okay. Oh, it's so sad to have to waste the proclamation. Well, I mean, that looks a lot better. Although we have substantially less Pyrogel on you than I would like. Yeah, but you have way more attack now because I didn't knock off nearly as much, and so you do still kill me in 2 hits, and you are going to murder me. Turns out, we once again have not made the best deck. Really, it's just, I should have taken the defense when it was offered to me, and I greeted, and it's a bit of a problem. Yeah, I mean, him being muted is also, unsurprisingly, causing us a fair bit of problems. I knew this was a plausible situation. I was hoping to avoid it, but yeah, unsurprisingly, it's not great. Paying for the easy first run. I mean, it's mostly just, I'm paying for my own goddamn hubris, which is fine. Excuse me. Ugh. Alright, we'll get rid of that. We do take some damage here. It's not great. Oh well. didn't actually need to shoot that guy. Yeah, you're still muted this turn either way, which is annoying. Oh, yeah, and I can't play this here. That was a reason to make sure that you were the one who was dying rather than the Spear Steward. Well, kind of forgot about that when it was pertinent. Yeah, I mean, I kind of wanted to do this on Fleshweaver to knock off some of his mass, but on the other hand, that's also pretty decent. Yeah, you're gonna die no matter what. Which makes that maybe not the best use of my resources there. Yeah, I'm not doing a whole lot of work to the boss. This is how my runs kind of go with her. Yeah, normally it's smoother than this. Again, I made a number of rather greedy choices, and we're paying for it. Namely, like, muting him is causing me a fair bit of grief, and also, I passed up an opportunity just to take, like, Titanite and some HP, and that is really all that I would need to be having a much smoother time of this. Like, there are a lot of things I can do differently, but I have backed myself into a much worse situation than I needed to. Which is fine-ish overall. Just not ideal. Also, I was supposed to have used your ability last turn. Forgot. That's fine. Not the end of the world. Okay. Yeah, I shouldn't have used your ability right there. Yeah, this is why I was supposed to save it, and then I spaced out. Well. Yeah, there was real good reasons not to have done things the way that I did them. Well. Yeah, I do wish that I had used the Hothead's ability on the correct turn earlier. That would have been rather helpful. But, here we are. Okay, fine. I will do that so I can use it again when Flesh Weaver is on the floor. Okay, so I kill the most threatening enemies there, no problem. Which is essentially what we're looking for. We'll do these rather than bullying Flesh Weaver a tiny bit, because I think just getting our armor up is worth it. Okay, it's going to look a lot more impressive in a mere moment. Ta-da! Yeah. Okay, well, I made that a lot more difficult than it needed to be. I am paying the price of my own hubris. But that's okay. Mistakes were made. Yeah, we're definitely taking the Tome of Contracts now, because we are pivoting away from my original game plan. We are definitely taking capacity. And then we're going here. Okay, I wanted a holdover, but that's maybe fine. So like holdover on a flicker is good. I'm pretty sure we're doing holdover or spell chain on that. Yeah, I did want the intrinsic as well. Maybe I want the intrinsic more. It's just that holdover on the flicker or the echo transfer is rather good. We need a "That's okay" emote that is actually a small banner with "Restart Battle" written on it. I just don't know that I have the charge generation for this, but I kind of do. That sounds unfortunate, Glacier. Alright, let's just do the holdover there. I would really like the intrinsic. Alas, I can't. And then we're duping you. Okay, unfortunately can't use the Carver where I would like to use the Carver, but that's fine. Are we going for the draw nothing new deck strategy? I mean, yeah, more or less, that may in fact be what's going to occur. Okay, so there's the Tome of Contracts. Oops, there we go. Let's just go ahead. Yeah, unfortunately, you have too much Titan skin for us. Well, it's time to take some pyre damage, I guess. And by some, I mean a lot, because I just have not drawn the things that I need to be drawing yet. I mean, that helps, but it's not what we need. Not by far. Well. Oh, wrong order. Because I spaced. What we're supposed to do is the Deus, and we explode that, and then we kill that, and then... Honestly, I'll just get rid of the Calcified Ember. Turns out, realistically, should have the Hothead not on top. Are you shitting me that the Echo Transfer is the bottom card? The one card that we needed above all others is all the way at the bottom. Ow, I've lost so much health. Okay, well. Here we go. Now we can actually kill things. About that intrinsic, to be fair, the intrinsic was for the Tome of Contracts, but yeah, feels real bad, man. It's real goddamn bad. Anyways, here we are. Okay. There we go. We're still a bit on the weaker end, but also if I just drawn the Echo Transfer on an earlier turn, everything would have been fine. I mean, I do like Dragon's Breath. I think we skip it here, though. Also, I don't have a good answer for Dominion yet. The Queen is still useless and the Little Blast Dragon does everything. No, you're misunderstanding. Like, Gilda is giving us a bunch of Pyrogel. Like, yeah, the Hothead is the one who's doing our major damage, but, like, Gilda is contributing a lot of extra power to us by giving 4 Pyrogel when each of both my Whelps and whenever any enemy dies. So putting Endless on one of these Whelps turned it into a fair bit of extra power. Monkey Spawn Curls can now bottom deck the Tome of Contracts instead. Yeah, that is the concern. I do want the Merchant of Magic. But I think we're going here, because there's a number of things I'd like to hit. That's not one of them. Well, those are both interesting. Serrated Mandibles does make us a little bit stronger. Abyssal Prism allows me to buff multiple units with the Echo Transfer, which is cute. I guess I'll do that. Ooh, Glare-Minder's actually not bad, kind of. It's a little weird, but I've got the Ember to play it during deployment, so I'll do it, I guess. Ooh, well that's something. You don't say. Okay, I should have spent less gold so I could remove more things, but so be it. I did kind of want the Overgrowth Carapace, but without Smidge Stone, I can't really use it, so. Okay, is this ideal? No, but does it work out okay for us? Yes. Have some Reap. Oh, I did forget that that was going to proc the Abyssal Prism. It doesn't really matter. Also, I didn't generate any charges here, but we will generate charges from the Glare Minder. But that's fine. Okay, so we get that. So now we can generate a lot of gold. Sure, you can have that, I guess. And then we hold on to the Whelp for next turn. Oh, I don't have the Tome of Contracts yet, as was already discussed. Okay, but we're using you to block, so we don't have to take the damage yet. Actually, probably didn't want to do the Reap, but that's fine. That's fine. Yes, make my monster grow. Alright, we're gonna do that for the gold since I am guaranteed to draw into what I want. Abyssal Prism and Echo Break seem to interact weirdly. In my experience, it seems that the copy effects don't take into account the echo generated by the card. Yeah, it's clearly a bug. And I keep forgetting to report it. So I need to do that at some point. Oh, that's right. I accidentally had to copy the Tome of Contracts. I mean, it's fine. I don't really care. Yes, Quoto. The other boss that's kind of annoying to mute, but it shouldn't be a big deal. We have enough defense that it'll be fine. I suppose I could have shot him before I got zapped, but in the grand scheme of things, not wildly important. What puzzle game are you playing, Glacier? Did I forget to kill these guys last turn? I definitely forgot to kill these guys last turn, which is a bit of a shame, but oh well. Yeah, unfortunately, Gilda just doesn't quite die here, which would have been nice to get slightly more gold from the Sacrificial Chamber. Either way, we're dramatically stronger than we were mere moments before. Make It Rain is good. It is, in fact, quite good with Gilda. Sure. And I will happily take Soul Crushing Guild. Like, I'm not wild about the extract cost on it since I am using my charges elsewhere, but it's pretty solid for us. And you have no upgrades. I would like to go here, kind of, but we're definitely going to go here. Yeah, multi-strike is not bad. Don't think Railforge Spike matters to me. I don't have anything to propagate, and I'm definitely not wax and spiking it, so no. Yeah, I'm willing to just do the HP here for reasons. And then we're just going to do the very noble thing of remove a lot of cards from my deck. That's good enough for now. If an enemy is killed by the first hit of Make It Rain, the harvest does trigger before the next hit, I assume. Haven't played this Gilded Path much. Yes, it does. And so, yes, you can build up extra Pyre Gel as you go, which is not bad. Alright, so let's do that so we don't have to get corruption on you. Well, on Gilda specifically. Although, again, this is why I really need intrinsic on the total contracts. Okay, this may look weird, but we're going to do that so that we can for sure kill off the Scourge generator. Also, we don't have to worry about Kale buffing the dude who survives because Kale is muted for the time being. Gilda is getting sort of low on HP, but that's sort of okay. So long as we don't let her take too many hits hereafter. Oh, whoops. Wrong order again. Because I need to take into account that there's Abyssal Prism. I may as well put you down first so that you benefit from this. Alright, we'll let you do the blocking. I guess we'll give you more reap while we're at it. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten the Sacrificial Chamber yet, which we knew was a very real possibility, even if it was not the possibility that I wished for it to be. Okay. I am not going to sacrifice those whelps so that they don't eat up my draws this turn. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I could do some damage to Kale with the Make It Rain. Not gonna worry about it. We're already murdering Kale pretty goodly. So let's just extract more gold while we are able. Alright, Kale is basically dead. Which is fine. And there they go. Do I want superheated? Soldier of Fortune is sort of okay. I don't really care about superheated, but I'll take it, I guess. It's rare that I use it. We're taking draw. And then we're going here. Spell Chain Make It Rain is certainly not bad. I'll do it, I guess. It's not exactly what I want to do, but here we are. I guess I'll do that. I kind of want to do holdover on Soul Crushing Guild, but I don't actually have the charge generation for that. And mostly I don't need that. I just need to hit the bosses occasionally. That's what I need. Yeah, that's my last Merchant of Magic, which I don't love, but fine. And maybe go to the Merchant of Arms next, for a variety of reasons. Could just dupe the Make It Rain. Like, that is legitimately pretty decent. I think we're gonna dupe the Soul Crushing Guild, though. It's not my favorite thing, but meh. Meh. It is what it is. I actually probably should have had you on higher floor, but here we go. I mean, I'd love to play the Calcified Ember. I'm worried about not having your ability next turn when it's going to matter more. Yeah, this is fine. We can do this. Because now you're dying to the Reap and yada yada yada. Like, I don't need to worry as much about this. And I can get rid of the Calcified Ember more freely. Oh, wrong order. Well, a bit of a mistake, but that's probably okay. Like, we are going to take some fire damage from this guy escaping. Oh well, so be it. That's fine. You surviving, on the other hand, a little less fine. Yeah, this ain't great. And also, I probably should have made sure I was killing the Scourge dude. Alright, have a nice night, Fury. Oh, once again, wrong order. Okay, let's do that. Let's do this. And this way she avoids getting corruption on her. Alright, he does do a little bit of damage, but we dazed him so much that it wasn't that much. And then you're gonna hurt my pyre quite a bit, and we're just gonna have to suck that up. Yeah, doesn't matter. He's going to heal to full anyways. We do take a fair bit of damage from him, which is not great, but yeah, I do actually probably have to heal now, which maybe changes my plans a little bit, but that's the price I pay for having an inconsistent deck. And I probably could have set up on a higher floor. I was just trying to avoid having to deal with these Scourge dudes, but turns out maybe that wasn't a big deal in the way that I was making it out to be. Okay. Well, we should be fine. As we apply a lot of Pyrogel to everybody. And there we go. Yeah, it turns out I don't really need the flickers. They have not been doing a whole lot of work for me. Like, they're fine, but now the Make It Rains are just dramatically better for us. I would have taken that Soul Smelter a long time ago. I will skip on another Make It Rain. Chamber of Recall. I forgot that I took the Superheated because it has not come up yet. The Echo Burn from the Ambient Charge might have been fine. I was going to go to the Merchant of Arms. We're going here. I need to heal. Fine. So be it. Ooh, Carving Corusca is actually pretty decent for me. Interesting. Fine, I guess. It's of dubious value to me, but that's okay. Doing another Echo transfer isn't bad. I think we're just gonna do more Soul Crushing Guilt, though. Maybe. I'm worried about having too many holdover things since I already have a lot of problem with that. So I guess we'll not do that. I'll drop the Flicker, even though I kind of would like to do other things. Yeah, no, this really matters. Okay, well, we'll see how this goes. I should, for the most part, be okay. Part of the reason I wanted to get the Merchant of Arms was so that we could maybe get a Mind Cage to combine with the Void Armament. Or Bloodthirsty Blade also would have been nice. But, yeah, had I gotten that, then I wouldn't have to wait to draw into the Tome of Contracts, which would have been nice. Hello, Ashiaka. How you doing, friends? I did kind of mean to take Bog Slime, and I didn't. But here we are. I'm gonna not play with the Hosting Kin because I don't want it to proc the Echo Seedling. I am too tired to play Monster Train 2, and I've officially decided that I hate Merchant of Arms because they're bad. Alright, fair enough. Okay. Yeah, if that costs less, this would be a lot more interesting for me right now. Thanks for resubscribing, Ashiaka. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, it's a lot less good of a turn than I want it to be, but oh well. What's the problem with not having Intrinsic on the thing? Alright, whatever. Yeah, I could have done that differently. A much better way, but hey. Please just draw the Tome of Contracts. Nope. And I know part of the issue is I am using my Endless Whelp, which does slow down my draw. But still... Well, I don't need to use that this turn. Ooh, okay. I'm still causing my own problems. Alright, well, I kind of have to use that right now. I mean, we're still doing massive damage because, again, just the amount of Pyro we generate by having Gilda around is so huge. Unfortunately, that doesn't do what I need it to do, but we do get to do this and just watch as they explode. I did also do the wrong ordering on things, but my concern is minimal. Well, don't need the Sacrificial Chamber. Not really, but it still is vaguely helpful for us, so we do it. And then we explode everyone who remains, basically. And then he's super dead this turn. And everything's okay. So even though my deck is a little bit having issues, it's fine. Alright, well, we kill you there. Technically, there's value in me generating the extra gold because it means that I can play out the Make It Rains more, but that's a generally minimal concern. Sal and the variety of reasons. Sal and the minimal concern. We can start building Cycle of Books. Yeah. Sounds about right. Okay. My defense is not as good for this fight. And so we're kind of just going to have to kill before things matter. Also forgot that we've muted them. Unfortunately can't use the Soul Crushing Guilt or the Echo Transfer this turn. Which is just like the worst draw that I could get. Cool. Great. It's really just bad. Like, it's gonna take me so long to cycle back around to the Echo Transfer, unfortunately. I will say at least this is a cute option. Well, I don't think that Gilda's gonna die. I mean, she's not dead yet, but it's not looking good for her because our power, again, does go substantially lower when she's dead. Well, I can do that every turn now, at least. That's something. It's just not great. Yeah, this is really not good, especially since I didn't get to daze him. It's almost like my deck was designed to work in a particular way, and it doesn't work as well outside of that way. It was truly just, like, the worst possible draw. Like, holy shit, levels of bad. Yeah, I did kind of fuck that up. Yeah. It's not great. Not great is such an understatement that I cannot comprehend it. Yeah, it's pretty catastrophic, to say the least. Yeah, I mean, this isn't gonna work. No surprise. Like, I'm doing sort of okay damage, but not enough. Like, if I still had a source of Pyre Gel, we'd be okay-ish. Because, like, I still can do damage in a number of ways. It's just not ideal. Alright, well, I hate to be a little cheesy, but basically all we need to do is not draw as badly as we did turn 1. Which means we're doing this slightly differently. Oh look, an actual playable hand. Not perfect, but it is playable. Oh, I did mean to explode them. Well, I meant to explode one of them. Okay, well... Yep, I did do this in the wrong order. Yes, I know you're in the way, cat. I don't think there's a... I mean, it doesn't super matter if I'm doing the Tome of Contracts on you, since you are going to die. I mean, like, I can sort of save you if I can daze him, but then things get a little more awkward. Yeah, let's just not worry about that. Let's just daze you. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, whatever. It would have been nice to keep the Glare-Minder alive and applying more Reap, but realistically, it's not our greatest concern. Yeah, I don't love how much damage you're taking, and I would love to not have all of my whelps dying so I could be digging through my deck a little better, but we're doing what we can, I guess. She barely survives. Not great. Well, not a huge fan, but they are alive. And it's only savagery who's really an issue at this point. Yep. Fuck these things. Great. Love it. Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to have done this super heated, but fine, kind of. Finally. I mean, it's so late, and I don't have the soul-crushing guilt on this turn, which is a problem. Yeah, well, fine. I mean, this is still sort of winnable. It's not good, but maybe. I did forget this whole time that I picked up Split Anvil at some point. Well, here we are. Okay, I mean, that is basically what I wanted to get. Ta-da! As dumb as this is, here we are. Well, that was a bad Titan fight. I mean, like, I knew my defense was bad, but also, like, I had the soul-crushing guilts for a reason. Did not draw them at any pertinent moment, basically. And again, just needed to get the Echo transfer at better timing. I don't know. There's a lot of badness. Also, I probably should have duped the Echo transfer like I'd considered earlier. Because, again, just getting it at the wrong time was catastrophically bad. But, oh well, here we are. Anyways, that was a run. It was definitely not the cleanest run. Like, there were elements of it was basically just Flesh Weaver and the Titans that were bad. Because other than that, like, we were doing just fine. We had pretty huge damage output even when my Hothead wasn't doing great. Like, just the amount of Pyrogel we were generating from even just, like, playing out the Whelps every turn was a very large amount. Anyways, not the best demonstration of Gilda, but, like, you can see how much Pyrogel we were generating despite having no Pyrogel cards in our deck, basically. And turns out when you can combine that with things that can make use of the Pyrogel, like the Hothead, or like Make It Rain, or Flicker, or Cursed Dragon Staff, like there's a lot of A lot of powerful things you can do. And obviously, the other two paths on Guild are pretty solid, too. I don't super love Guild Mother, just because I find it kind of boring, but the amount of Horde that it generates for you is good, and Trample is fine. And then Lady Avarice just gives you a huge burst of gold. Like, her damage per gold scaling largely is irrelevant. It's fine, it's cute, but you're mainly using her for the Avarice. Also, we didn't actually select a clan combo. Cat, you cannot land my arm like that. We should probably do Hellhorned Railforged. Except 30-30 kind of sucks stat-wise for a 3-pip. Are you talking about level 1 of Lady Avarice, or are you talking about something else? Yeah, I mean, that's fine. That's not really the biggest concern. Like, that's okay. The main point for her early game is that you pair her with her whelps and just use them to generate a bunch of cash. And then going into the first shop or two, then you are dramatically stronger. You want Banish Railforged? I was trying not to do the second crown of these so far. I mean, we did that with a couple, but yeah, we can do that, I guess, if that's what you want. Although we're not going to see Banished again for a while. Sure, we'll do Salvage. And then Q, Pyre of Dominion. No, but it's the other one. I will say Salvage definitely was the right choice if we hit Pyre of Entropy. Metallurgy is not bad. Avenger I don't love. Windblade is okay. It's a very underwhelming artifact. Well, I don't want Odie's Totem. And so we're going to take that. Pretty sure we want to do Vayne Guardian here. Like, I don't play Savior basically ever anymore, and maybe I should. Savior's not bad, it's just I'm usually solving my defense in other ways regardless, but like, Savior's okay. Regardless, we'll do Vayne Guardian. There's some cool things we can do with that in Railforged. Oh, God, my nose is bothering me real bad. Unfortunately, the things that I would most want to combo it with are not ideal. Yeah, I don't love this, but that's fine. Anyways, the point at hand being that the nice thing about Vayne Guardian is that you can power up like a whole floor. And so being able to do that means I could like power up like Crucible Stewards or things like that, except that powering up Crucible Stewards not actually very helpful, because if I'm relying on them for my damage, I'm going to make them strong enough that they're killing things before they attack, which means that we don't have things attacking into Fel, so then we aren't getting the revenge trigger. Or if we're using like Sentry Turret, then again the Sentry Turret kills things before they can attack, which makes it a moot point. Like, there are still ways we can do some things, but it's just a little more awkward. Either way, we'll be okay. Don't mind me just smelting all my problems away. Yeah, unfortunately we do take a little bit of fire damage because I don't quite hit the breakpoint to kill him there. But that's okay. We got plenty of fire HP. Unfortunately, I've run out of things to actually forge with. But that's okay. Also, unfortunately, the melee weakness from the Avenger is largely wasted, but that's fine. And thus he's dead. Okay. We definitely want Divinity. Rising Rage is also good, but Divinity is quite helpful. Yeah, we probably want Steel Polyclaw. Again, just being able to overstack a floor is rather useful. So I kind of want to go here so I can look for, like, intrinsic double stack on Divinity. That sort of thing. Doesn't have to be exactly that, but that's a useful start. On the other hand, going here, I don't know what rail-forged unit I would like to see. Salvage machine would be okay. Just generally, though, fishing for, like, multi-strike would be pretty solid. But I do also have a Merchant of Steel here. Yeah, this is fine, I guess. And that's good. Yeah, I mean, I definitely want Salvage Machine more than Forge Steward. For a variety of reasons. We're just going to settle for that and be pretty happy with that. Okay, well, overall, we're in pretty decent shape at the moment. Again, we're sort of going to be wasting the melee weakness, kind of, but I'm not too worried about it. Also, we have this now. Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and save him. Well, we're getting the Collector, though that does mean I'm going to be sacrificing the Steward, probably. You know what? I guess we'll just salvage you instead. Because otherwise I play him on bottom floor and he dies, or I let him cycle through my deck, which I don't really want to do. Okay. I was like, why are you getting the bonus? Forgot that we had the Windblade equipped to her. Yeah, we'll just play the Divinity. I also want to salvage the Windblade, but I don't really want to salvage a Windblade here. Well, the scrap metal doesn't do a ton for us, but it will just stay in our hand until it becomes relevant. Sure, we'll do it like this. And then we'll forge our big, bold buddy. And we'll have him up here. I thought about pulling up the Spearman, since it would be nice to kill him. early, but if we really need to, we could also like shift him up front with Just Cause or whatever. Unsurprisingly, it's gonna go okay. Especially since Fel is buffing the entire floor whenever she gets hit. And so we do a fair bit of damage. And we're good. Everything's fine. Well, I would like Rising Rage, except for the fact that we already have the Steel Polyclaw. And I also have a 1 capacity unit, which makes it a lot easier for me to construct a large floor without using it. It's still a good card regardless, but at the moment I think we're just not going to bother with it. It is weird to me that these guys on the balcony are just in pure white. Like, it works for the contrast of colors, but it is also just kind of strange looking. Demonize is fine. We could use it to speed up the Titan fight with Dominion, but I don't care enough. Yeah, I mean, Boilerplate is not terrible for us. It is a useful tool, similar to doing like Intrinsic Divinity, where if we build up some forge points to spend on it, we could give it deployable later, and then use it to ensure that Fel has a big stack of armor while she gets her Valor built up. Which is fine. I guess we'll take it. I do kind of want to go here. Again, partly to get deployable on the Boilerplate. We don't actually want to play it with deployable currently, but it would be a decent opportunity to do that. But also just like getting another real unit that I can play during deployment is nice. Oh, the other thing that I would want to do would be deployable on the Steel Polyclaw. I don't know, I feel like I should probably go here. Fine. I'm not wild about it, but okay. We'll see what we get. Ooh, Conductor Steward is not the worst thing for us. Crucible Steward is also fairly appealing. Kind of. Yeah, the problem is they both don't work super great with Vanguardian. Which is okay-ish, it's just not really what I want on the whole. I don't know, fine, whatever, I'll take it for now. I'm not extraordinarily happy with it. Yeah, let's just not worry about that. Alright, what do you got for me? I mean, triple stack Valor is not the worst. Neither is zero costing it. Fine. I don't know. We'll take it. I have a fair bit of smelt ability. If I take the Crucible Steward, that would be a lot more appealing, but that's okay. Alright, well, let us go ahead and just get rid of the entropic crystals that everyone hates. May as well get some damage in. It might have been nice to hold on to the Wind Blades for later to forge them, but what we really want to be doing is forging the boilerplate anyways, so it's not a huge deal if we were waiting on that. And by not a huge deal, I mean it is preferable for us to be waiting regardless. Alright, so we can do the things I want to do this turn. Because thanks to the magic of Smelt, you're able to get things where they need to be. Which is to say that I generate extra Ember, and I generate enough extra Ember that I get to play everything I want. Yeah, let's wait on the boilerplate. I also could pop this, but I actually would like them to attack in so I can get more Valor. Okay, so now we save you. That sweet, delicious Valor. Okay, well, our deck has devolved pretty heavily now. I don't think I really need the Divinity, so we'll do that. Alright, well, I can wait one more turn. Also, I neglected to make the scrap metal that turn because I forgot about it, but that's okay. We'll just do that this turn and go ahead and smelt, and then we'll just dump in a bunch of armor into that. And then Fel will go on a killing spree. Alright, not too bad. Worked out alright. Yeah, Herzl's Hammer also quite good for us. Optimized Greed. I do like Assembly Room. I don't like it here. That's fine. We'll take the Herzl's Hammer. That's okay. Not really what I wanted. We'll skip. We're definitely taking Ember because reasons, not least of which being that Pyre of Entropy is the worst. Might be worth going to the Merchant Magic. I don't actually care all that much. I kind of want to go here looking for a variety of things, like Blood of the Apex would be cool. But Attuned Whetstone is really what I'd want, or Dante's Footstool. Either way, you know what? I will go here. It's very... I was going to say, it feels very awkward to do this, but Yeah, I'm pretty happy that we did. But you eventually draw 10 cards per turn. Surely it must be the best. How dare you? There is at least one person on the Discord who makes that argument. And, like, mathematically, it's not a terrible pyre. But I do hate it. Okay, so here's the deal. Jack Strips is quite good. On the other hand, it is somewhat awkward if we are trying to get enemies to attack into Vanguardian. Mind you, I could be setting up on bottom floor, in which case it would be instead more of just insurance to prevent enemies from escaping us. And it would mean that we'd be safe against the invasion trials. Ember Foundry Crucible, besides just being a super long name, is also okay. It is interesting because I am doing a lot of salvaging right now, a lot of smelting. The problem is I don't need the extra ember for the most part. It just mostly doesn't matter. Like, obviously there's the possibility that I get, like, Railforge Spike. Or the Banish Spike, I guess. I was watching someone earlier that said Capricious Reflection was one of their favorites. I mean, there are people out there who like Capricious Reflection. Those people are not me, but they do exist. For one of a number of reasons. Like, there are people who just like the chaos of it. There are other people who will make the argument that mathematically it is good, and admittedly, that argument is relatively sound. And then there are people who are just like, you know, they remember the high rolls of Capricious Reflection, and that feeds their soul through the bad times. And I just can't live that life. I don't know, I feel like I should take Jack Strips. It's just so good. I just really don't want to give up on it, but that's fine. Interesting. I could stuff a divinity in the box, which is sort of interesting. I just want to hear Sal complain about certain cards getting certain upgrades that are useless and going, well, this could have been a good card, but here we are. It does pain me each and every time. And again, like, there are ways to play around getting not the upgrades that you want, but it is rather frustrating, especially when I just want, like, Echo Infusion, and she puts -2 in Consume on it. And, like, sometimes you want to do that. There's a lot of times you don't. Capricious Reflection is fun sometimes. Snecko Eye and the like can go to hell, though, and stay there. I am also not a big fan of those. Though I will say that Volatile Gauge, though I don't play it very often in Monster Train, is actually pretty good, especially in Monster Train 2. I don't know. I don't actually care. I think we're just boxing the stewards as much as I find that unsatisfying. Yeah, whatever. Don't love it. It's fine. Volatile Gauge with Split Anvil is one of the most interesting combos. It does allow for some insane man cheating. Yeah, I was thinking more along the lines of Volatile Gauge with Conduit Tethys, since that is also a rather good setup. Also, I need to play the Conductor Steward first if I'm doing this. There we go. Yeah, the attuned whetstone doesn't really matter yet, but we'll make it important later. Okay. Didn't totally have to do it this way, but here we are. And yes, I could have pulled the box down. I chose not to. It was not what I wished to do. Well, we are actually just getting the kills here, so I guess I don't need to do what I was going to do. Instead, I'll just pull you down. Alright, so there's 3 more waves. Yeah, we can afford to do it this way. I almost forgot to do that, and we wouldn't have gotten the collector if I had not. But here we are. Don't mind me as we just smelt our deck into oblivion, as one does. Sure. Sal, the collector of collectors. That makes me think of the enemy from Darkest Dungeon. I'm blanking on his name, because I don't think it's just called the Collector, but the one that gets skulls of the various, like, heroes. It's a cool enemy. Essentially a mini-boss. So there is a small possibility we don't draw the boilerplate next turn. His name is actually the Collector. I thought it was the, like, something slightly more than that. Alright, well, fair enough. I had it right the first time, and then I doubted myself. Yeah, this is good enough. We'll just do that. Ta-da! Not that there's any meaningful reason to do all that anymore, but here we are. Oh no, he saps us a little bit. What great and terrible sorrow. I will take Benediction. Turns out Benediction is good. Ooh. Yeah, I'll take Full Throttle too, even though it's more expensive cards. Well, go in here. Fortunately, wrong time for remove consume. Yeah, that's fine. I'll do that. Ooh. Holdover, Full Throttle, and Benediction are both good. Sure, I'll do that, even though I don't have the gold for that anymore. Well, not anymore, but... I don't really need the Bloodthirsty Blade, that is cool. Yeah, this is fine for now. I do need a Merchant of Arms. Among other things, but Merchant of Arms in particular. Okay, so I think we want to be on mid-floor. Just have a little bit of time to draw into what I need. Yeah, I guess we'll just keep powering up the boiler plate for the moment. Mostly just on, I don't expect us to be in too bad of a shape at the moment. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't play out all the things I want. I think this is, on the whole, more important to me. Should have pulled you down first, but yeah, I'm reasonably confident it's not going to matter. Okay, and that guy survives, but, oh look, he takes 3 damage and loses 1 reanimate. And then, he's not dying right now, but, you know, give it time. I did want to get rid of the calcified ember. I mean, I suppose I still could. I could just do it this way. Anyways, we're going to pull you, and then you die from the jack strips. How exciting is that? Oh no, another enemy survives! Oh, and then the jackstrips gets them. Okay, so... also, I did forget to have a dude join us last turn. That's okay. Yeah, we should have enough time to let this cycle again. Like, I have a lot of draw, and I am thinning out my deck substantially, which makes that draw matter a lot more. Yeah, we'll do that just so I can avoid the sap, I guess. I don't know that that was in any way, shape, or form necessary, but here we are. Oh, I meant to do that. Likewise, should have had you on this floor. The full throttle is stronger for us, but I don't actually want it to do it. I want to make sure that I'm cycling through my deck as rapidly as we can. Right. Yes, look at how much stronger we get every turn. When you guys mentioned Dark's Dungeon, I had to go and rewatch Reynolds and The Last Crusade, where a guy runs 4 Crusades in a dungeon, runs into Collector and just destroys it. Fair enough. I was thinking about doing another run of Darkest Dungeon sometime, and have not done that. To be fair, I did do several runs of it on stream, so it's not like I haven't already gotten plenty of time out of the game. I also never did quite as much with Dark Dungeon 2 as I wanted, but I don't know when I would find time to go back to that. There are a bunch of other things I wanna do already. Anyways, even though my team is not optimized by any means, and I've just got a bunch of shitty little stewards, we're doing just fine. Shield of Wing is not bad, but I don't think we're gonna worry about it. I mean, I could. Maybe. I think we'll just not, though. Yeah, I guess we'll take another Herschel's Hammer. Except maybe I shouldn't have. Well, whatever. I remember watching a guy on YouTube just razzing on people saying it was too hard to play Dark Dungeon and just starting a run and running the most miserable comps in certain areas and just winning because he carefully picked fights and was careful with his planning and pathing. Gotcha. Yeah, so like, I think Dark Dungeon is a very fun, interesting game. It has a couple quirks that annoy me, but for the most part I think it's fun. What I really like about it is that it is a game about exploration and, you know, like building up knowledge. Not that it's the only game like that. There's a lot of games of that nature. But, it does feel really bad to, like, die in an area or with something that you didn't know a boss could do or whatnot, but, like, at the same time, that is, like, the core experience of the game, of trying to be careful and scouting and, you know, kind of on a press your luck sort of thing of deciding how far to go, managing your risks, because you want to get as much value as possible out of each run, and you want to get as much knowledge as possible out of things. And I think, in particular, like, the first time you encounter each boss and, like, trying to figure out their mechanics so that next time you fight the stronger version of them, you have a better idea of what you need to bring. And similarly, you know, same with all the basic enemies. Anyways, I think it's a cool game. I really like that sense of build up your knowledge as you go, and what initially can seem very punishing and awful, once you know how to handle it, it's far more doable. I mean, Steward Quarters is okay. Okay. So we're going to do this. We're going to deployable the other one. We're going to remove Windblade 1 and Windblade 2. My forge points are going to be a lot worse going forward. Also, I don't even remember if I remembered to forge the boilerplate last fight. I think I didn't. I think I was distracted by Darkest Dungeon. That's fine. Not too concerned about it. One of the most important messages he gives is that it is a game of knowledge gathering that you should expect to lose multiple times like he did, but mostly to learn to rebuild and ultimately have fun. Yeah, like, I definitely get why people get overly frustrated at Darkest Dungeon. Totally understand. I had a great time playing it. I don't really need the Conductor Steward anymore, unsurprisingly. I don't need most cards in my deck anymore, but we'll leave it for the moment. Yeah, we could probably set up bottom floor. Do I want to play the Jack in the Box here? I guess I do. That's fine. Yeah, so we're gonna keep the hammer for forgeability, but we're not gonna worry about that. Well, this is certainly a hand. I mean, this should be totally fine overall. Oh, whoops, I did mean to do this slightly differently. Well... I mean, it's fine. That guy's just gonna die to the jack strips anyways. What I meant to do, though, is I meant to create one of the scrap metals and then smelt it, so then I could have more embers so I could play out the thing that I wanted to play out. And instead, I did not. The thing is, I love losing if it is something that I did not expect, but it's consistent, so it allows me to rebuild and plan a strategy to go against it. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I have not been using scrap metals very well, but we'll do this now. Yeah, that's a little bit of a problem, but... Yes, watch us triumph. But yeah, on the whole, I very much enjoy Darkened Dungeon. But I can totally see why it will not always appeal to everyone. Sort of in the same vein as why I love La Mulana, and also understand that that is not a game for everyone. Poor forge points that I just don't have a good outlet for. But it's fine. I can start just kind of removing some of these cards from my deck. Instead, just focus on other things. Okay. Yes, look at that delicious valor build up. Again, it does feel bad that I have so many forge points and nothing to spend them on. I suppose if I see Anvil Breaker, this is the run to take it. Oh no, it's Mighty Kale! How ever might one triumph? Yep, enjoy. Don't mind me. Doing a lot of damage across the board. Ta-da! Oh, I could also look at getting, like, another of the Herzl's Hammers. Should be okay. Ooh, Wings Radiance is, I guess, worth taking. Foundry Line also interesting, but we're taking Wings Radiance. Do I care? Yeah, I do want to minus cost these, I guess. That's kind of cute. We'd also do holdover on the Wings Radiance, which I think isn't wildly important. Dupe the Hammer Armor. I was considering it, but I mean, if I'm duping anything, I'm probably just duping the normal hammer. And more to the point, what I'm actually doing is I'm going to be duping another salvage machine. That's been the plan for a while. maybe I do this? I wasn't really planning on it, but it is kind of cute. I don't fine, fuck it, who cares? I was really hoping for other things. I was hoping for double stack, but that's okay. Here we are. Alright, well, we planned for this. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just do that now. Unfortunately, the silence dude is a jerk, but that's just life. Right. So we at least kill him a little faster, so we start benefiting from things a little earlier. Doesn't, like, super help, but it's something. We'll let that cycle for now. Because yeah, unsurprisingly, we are strong enough to kill these guys as is. Well, now we are. I still have enough to play out all these, so it's not too big an issue. Yeah, smash them all. Well, at least we get some of the hammer procs this way, even if we don't get the revenge procs, but so be it. Fine, we'll do that even though we're taking a little bit more damage. Doesn't really matter. I'm building up a bunch of Valor anyways. It's kind of the whole point. Does feel bad that I have so many forge points I can't do anything with. Oh no, it's Rax! What a terrible fate. Alright, we eat scrap metal 1 and scrap metal 2. We'll even eat the divinity, and then we can do this and give him 8 melee weakness, and here we are. Ta-da! And he's gone. Well, Puncture's kind of cute, but I I don't know. I could take it. It would not even be bad for us. I'm not going to worry about it. Fine, I'll take Machinist Tome. Okay, first... Yeah, we'll take that, I guess. The problem is I'm not forging equipment. Sure. And then we do salvage machine number 3. And we heal, but we can't actually heal. Just in case. Yeah, fine. Yeah, sadly didn't get, you know, Anvil Breaker. I was excited to potentially use it. Alas, it was not meant to be, I suppose. But it could have been. It could have been everything we wanted in our heart of hearts. Alright, I do feel a little bad that I'm not forging the hammer, but that's fine. Okay, I'll do one of these just so I have enough ember to get rid of all of those. Yes, look at our beautiful stats build up. God, we get so many forge points because we get the harvest forge from these guys. I was gonna pop his ability, but we don't actually do like any damage here. Still might pop the ability, but it does feel essentially like a waste of everyone's time. Again, unfortunately, we don't get the revenge procs, but on the whole, should be in our favor. There we go. It's like, I am actually a lot weaker than I thought I was right now. That's okay. It feels so bad to have all those forge points. I know I could just, like, not play the second hammer. That was the original plan. And yet, here we are. Okay. Scrap metal 1. Scrap metal 2. Unfortunately, I just am trying to take as little damage as possible because of reasons. We'll still give you 4 melee weakness. And there we go. Got so many forge points. Oh yeah, I should be grabbing you still. There we go. Stupid silence is annoying, but again, we have so much defense that it does not matter. Everything's okay. We're doing just fine. Okay, so salvage that. Do that. And that. And give you one melee weakness. It's a shame I didn't get to double stack it. Oh well. We'll be fine. Well, I was going to use the scrap metal and the conductor steward ability, but that does not seem to be an option at the moment. Oh no, it's relentless. However shall we manage? There we go. I clicked it and then nothing happened and it looked weird. Alright, well... Technically, it's probably better for them to attack into me than not, but we're okay. And thus, we triumph. Again, unfortunately, I just don't have a good outlet for all those forge points. Might be worth not playing out the hammer, but oh well. Oh well. I'm just so sad that we can't anvil break or something. It would have been the time. The one time I would have been happy to use it. At least I can put the extra ember from the smelting to use right now, kind of. Although I wasn't doing a very good job of it since I was trying not to take the vengeful shard damage and all that. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just play it now. Alright, well, let's eat one of these so I have more ember. Sure, we'll do a little bit of damage to you, and then we'll just take the pyre damage because it's reasons. You could block the pyre damage for me, but we'll just do this. That's fine. Okay, let's just get rid of some vengeful shards. Also, don't know I was doing that in that floor. We didn't actually have to. Never mind. I was thinking for a moment that this was the enemy in Cant floor, in which case it would have actually mattered that I was playing those spells there. It did not. It's just the Corruption Scourge floor, which we are well equipped for. Alright, well, we have Wings Radiance now. Take a little bit of pyre damage, but we're going to speed up Dominion a little bit. And then we easily weather the attacks from the sweepers. Fortunately, I don't have any ability to... I don't have any ability to... What am I trying to say here? To smelt. I would love to be able to smelt this turn. Anyways, either way. We're almost there on these two. I do wish that I had the get more ember from smelting upgrade. Not upgrade, artifact. But alas, I do not. We're close. Well, now I have all the salvages. Not wildly useful this turn, of course, but I do have them. Either way, it doesn't matter, like, we have to kill. Ta-da! Ooh. Anyways, that was a cute run. Oh, I was not the most efficient at utilizing my forge points, but that's okay. And thus, that's our last crown with Fel for a while. Which is okay. Which is okay. Now the question, are we doing one more? I guess I'll do one more. I'm kind of tired, but we'll do one more. Okay, what are we doing next? Maybe, I don't know, Spine Chief Stygian is an option, I suppose. Sure, I guess let's do Spine Chief Stygian. Yeah, I'll take Foregone Power for now. Life Mother is okay. Icy Silophyte is the thing. I will take Jackstrips, as I so often do. Alright. What do I want here? I mean, I think Corruptor's the stronger pick for us, since we do already have the sweep unit, and being able to buff multiple sweep units with Corruptor is pretty good. We also have the Bogflies, which would also benefit from that. Decayer's fun, but a little more awkward in its clan combo, kind of. There's still plenty of ways to utilize it well, but we'll just do Corruptor. That's fine. I do feel a little bad doing Corruptor with the sweep unit, but it is what it is. I was gonna say, maybe I do actually want to go on mid-floor, but we'll see. Okay, so we're gonna do that so we can fly you down here. Even though I'm not as efficient as killing things as I would like to be. And it is vitally important that Spine Chief survives. Yes, thank you for cooperating. Because then we can get that there. And here we are. Well, it would have been nice if it had discarded the foregone powers, but alas, here we are. Ta-da! Okay. Yeah. Kind of want to take Power of Knowledge because I just never take it. Pretty sure we want Echo Infusion for the defense, even if it is not actually charge positive like we want it to be. I think we might do the Energy Siphon. I kind of want to take Helical Crystallis because I do actually have a lot of ways that I'm building up spell weakness right now. But we'll take this. We're definitely going here and looking for Quick. Multi-Strike is also appealing. Don't hate the Carver, but no. Sure, we'll do this for now. I suppose I might want to dupe a card there. Namely, duping the Echo Infusion seemed like a plausibly good idea. But we shall see. Okay, I'm actually going to generate charge on a different floor, so if we play a Bogfly there, we can immediately move it. Alright, unsurprisingly, we are murdering the enemies, though we are taking a lot of damage to do it. But that's partly where the Echo Infusion comes in. Okay. Well, it still works, even if we do get substantially weaker as Spine Chief dies. It's just that our initial round of attacks is so high that it ends up not mattering too much. Sure, I don't know that that's actually helpful, but I'll take it. I will skip these. Yeah, again, Merchant of Arms has some useful things, but we're definitely going here. Okay. More multi-strike is rather appealing, but I think... Yeah, well, Incant Armor it is. Please be the wing event. No, it's not the wing event. Yeah, we'll take the Titan Skin. It's just too good for us to pass by right now. Don't love the Corruption. Also, I'm a little sad that I don't have a meaningfully decent damage spell, but we'll see what we can do. Oh no, we didn't mute Fleshweaver this time. However, shall we prosper? Indeed, it is truly a baffling question. One for the ages, even. Okay, unfortunately, they both do have some corruption on now, and we're just gonna have to live with that. Okay. So you're not sure going to die. unfortunately, we're also naturally going to get a lot of corruption. Also, even a decent amount of spell weakness that I have literally no use for currently, sadly. Excellent, which means we can now fly you down here. And we're still killing that guy. Alright, well, I am sort of weakened in a number of ways, but that's fine. We already have the kill. And it's all going okay. This is why we took the Incant Armor, because boy, did I really need that. Also, it's just not bad in general, but yeah. Guess I'll take Ember for now. I don't super need it, though. Okay. I'm pretty happy to see Spell Chain there. Forgotten Trade is interesting. Stoic Plate Mail is also vaguely interesting. I don't love it, but it is a lot of survivability, and I don't especially need to worry about the triggers on the Silo fight. Oh, that's not true. I would lose the Incant Armor now. Forgotten Trade's kind of cute. Not gonna worry about it. Double stack on the Energy Siphon could be cute. Not actually important right now. We will do this. Unfortunately, it doesn't make us stronger as much, but it does really help with defense, and that is the thing that I want right now. Just for safety's sake, we're going to do this. And I forgot I didn't actually want Ember. I was gonna take Capacity, and I just totally spaced. Which is okay. Like, we're doing fine. It's just definitely not at all what I had intended to do. Gotta say, love to dodge all of the corruption. Certainly makes my life a lot more appealing. A world of jack strips is certainly a better world to live in. Well, I can't afford to sap myself too badly, unfortunately, but that's okay. And thus, Bogfly number 1 joins the team. Yeah, I gotta say, the Titan skin is doing some work for us. That's for sure. Yeah, I get myself sapped, and legitimately I should have avoided flying the Bogfly down there until after I was done with that, but whatever. Anyways, again, don't really want to sap myself, but this is so much defense that I kind of feel obligated to do it. Although I suppose we are up against Ajax, and maybe that was a bad argument to be making then. But it's fine. Everything's okay. Never you doubt. There we go. Much more handily defeating him. Okay. I do like Return Soul. Could also take Force Contamination finally. It's not terrible, it's just not great for us, especially because I really don't want to be extracting more than I have to. I do like Return Soul, I just don't think I like it enough right here. Preserve would be sort of okay, but yeah. Spell Chain is fine. I do like Keeper of Echoes, but we're gonna skip. We're gonna Spell Chain that. Double Stack is cute, but again, I don't have any meaningfully damaging spells to use it with. I don't think we really want to do that. I will dupe the Energy Siphon, I guess. Alright, well, let's just build up some stats. And they can't even damage me in the slightest thanks to the Titan skin. Turns out, vaguely helpful. Yeah, well, we'll give you spell weakness, even though it does not matter. Just so we can fly our bog fly down to where it does something useful for us. Figure may as well use a fracture for a turn where it matters. Although I guess we are missing out on it and we can't for the armor. But I think that's overall okay. Oh, I can feel the tiredness kicking in further. I definitely need to be done after this round. I don't know why I'm so tired today, but I definitely am. Oh no, it's Quoto! I shouldn't have played the Vengeful Shard until after I'd done the Foregone Power in case it discarded it, but again, my level of concern is pretty low. Ooh. No. I mean, the Soul Siphon's sort of nice, but no. Sure. I didn't really want to take an Unnamed Tome, but it is useful. Yeah, it sounded pretty tired. Yeah, I'm just fading a little bit. Again, I don't know why I'm so tired. I got enough sleep. I did not do anything particularly taxing all day. I made like chicken and cheese pastries, and that was basically all I did today. I think maybe I was like a little bit sick and it's just wearing on me a little bit, but I don't know. Feel fine otherwise, maybe just a little cold right now. But that's also because this room is cooling with every passing moment. I think we're going here because I would like to get quick, and this is one of the ways, well, it's the remaining way that I get quick outside of getting Pyrostone Housing. I don't absolutely need quick, but it does help my defense quite a bit. On the other hand, getting the Titan skin helps, but this is still quite useful for me. Bloodthirsty Blade, also good. Echo Bloom, also good. Zone of Silence, I was also considering. You don't say. Alright. Sure. Look at that beautiful little box. Do I want Zone of Silence? Kind of. It does get rid of my bad matchup. I have 6 Deployment Ember. There is one more Merchant of Arms. Yeah, that might be what we do. I think we want to deployable this. Like, it's good. I'm getting tons of attack from Spine Chief already, but I think this is worth doing. And then, who knows? I should remove some cards, probably. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay. Yeah, unsurprisingly, I do need to actually kill the backliners here. No, even that's not enough. Well then, turns out we just need to not be setting up on bottom floor. I was trying to set up on bottom floor so I could make use of the Bloodthirsty Blade, but yeah, we were going to lose a couple kills to the jack strips, and that's fine. This is sort of what I've been trying to avoid. Yeah, even that's not enough because they're just lining up. Yeah, it's not ideal. Alright, well, I guess we probably have to set up on top floor. I don't know why I'm setting up on mid floor if I decided I wasn't going to do bottom floor. I mean, I could also put Spine Chief in front. I was trying to avoid that, but that is the other option available to me. Yeah, but then again, they line up, but if we, yeah, we should be okay now. Now I get to do all this shenanigans. I mean, I'm still taking a hefty beating from them. Also, I should have muted earlier if I was going to. Also, I actually let Strix get a kill for once, which honestly surprises me, because I generally never let her do that. But hey. Yeah, my damage output is not what I would like it to be. Unfortunately, we're not going to do the Echo Bloom, because I don't want to overwrite the Zone of Silence at the moment. It's not a major thing, but it does prevent me from getting sapped, and that's relatively nice. Probably need that Spine Chief in front. I don't know, it's just like my defense is not where I want it to be. We're trying, man. We're trying real hard. Also, again, it feels bad that I have... essentially, I have... Like, I have the Echo Bloom, which is a huge increase in power, but I'm not using it. Okay, let's build up some armor, at least. Jackstrips is absolutely slaughtering many of them. Okay, well, I went from like 20 to 30 HP to 70 HP, so that's not bad. Alright, time to look a little more impressive. And there we go. Because now we increase our attack by a pretty wide margin with all the extra charges. Meaning that both Spine Chief is increasing the damage output, and also the Bog Flies are getting a bunch of extra power too from their own ability. Yeah, I'll take Eternal Kinstone, I guess. We'll take Capacity. Draw also would be appreciated, but here we are. I did also forget that I have put Life on Others' Power. You can tell that I may or may not be a little tired. Sure, I guess I'm willing to do that. And I do actually want to do Intrinsic on this, kind of. Sure, we'll do it like that. And then we're going to dupe you. Well, Heaven Seal is concerning, but we should be fine. For the most part. Okay, so Silent Fight 1, Silent Fight 2, Bloodthirsty Blade, which is not that impressive yet, but fine. Especially since I was mostly just letting enemies get murdered from the Jackstrips, which I didn't love. Oh, I actually should be doing this on you so we can kill there. Poor Bogfly has no upgrades, which is a little bit of a concern. I guess I kind of have to give you some HP for the inevitable damage you're going to take from the sweep enemies. Same, a shame that all this damage is largely going to waste this turn. Well, of course, the discards like that. Ugh. mean, I can, like, play you out. You just don't do anything currently. Especially because even if I had to charge, I wouldn't want to fly you down here because you would immediately die to all the sweep enemies. Because that is just what this entire fight is, basically. Yeah, I'll just save you for now. I should have maybe done that slightly differently, but that's okay. I did want the unnamed tome for this turn, but oh well, not a big deal. I don't know why I'm bothering to bring you back down, especially since you're just gonna die there. It's fine, whatever. Oh, and I forgot to pop the Echo Bloom. We're getting to kill either way. And if we didn't, we'd have a ton of spell weakness. Again, I feel sad that I don't have any way to, like, actually use the spell weakness, but we do have it. I just don't have any meaningfully powerful spell to mitigate that. Yeah, I'll take the Frenzied Swarm, I guess. It's, like, obviously not well set up. It's still just getting days on whatever turn that I draw it on. It's not the worst. The Hall of Mirrors is pretty cute. But, like, we're not going to do it. It would just cause too many problems. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know that that's really that helpful. Oh, Sigil Seaweed is quite nice, though. Well, isn't that interesting? Okay, so here's the deal. I can now freely get rid of the Zone of Silence. Because I don't actually need it now. And then my life is just going to be a little awkward. But we're going to have a very strong turn one. That I can promise you. Would love to thin my deck out more. That's fine. Unfortunately, I don't have Intrinsic on the... What's its face? The Unnamed Tome. It also doesn't matter as much because he does start silenced. I honestly maybe just don't want to play these guys out so that Dominion starts here this turn. I think that is actually what I want to do. Because it gives me more time to find the Unnamed Tome. It also means that our first turn is going to be pretty impressive. It's a shame we didn't get Carven Korska. Okay. Yeah, I actually still didn't have enough capacity in hand for that. Oh, did that ever get fixed? I'm sorry, we're going to do that one more time because I need to check if that bug got fixed. Yeah, it did not. For some reason, it got changed at some point where Echo Seedling adds the extra copies to your deck if you don't have space in hand. Not how it works in Monster Train 1, not how it should work. We fixed this with Wretch already. Don't put generated things on top of the deck if you don't have enough space. That is not how it should work. Anyways, let's play a few more things out. So now I do actually have enough capacity in hand for all that. And every charge we generate is worth 15 more attack per dude. Unfortunately, the Echo Infusions are not generating charges, but so be it. They're still contributing to our general success. Alright, well, we got ourselves up to 500 attack. A lot of that's going to go away at the end of the turn, but that's fine. We're still doing 2,000 some damage. And we generated a lot of defense. Do we have any damage spell to utilize that weakness? No, that's what I've been talking about. The only thing we have is Flash Freeze, which is base 3 attack, or 3 spell damage. It is not very impressive for us. I've never doubted that we'll achieve the jank. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. I was about to complain that we were not going to be able to avoid the corruption, but that's not true. Well, it's a mighty 28 spell weakness. Oh boy. Does almost 100 damage. I suppose I probably should still be playing those on lower floor so I can get the defense that we want. Yes. Alright, and we didn't pop the Bloom Burst so that we could do it now and greatly increase our damage output. And we get there. Look at us go, truly the masters of our own destiny. Yes. Such sweet, delicious victory. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay. There's that. And then we play out the dudes. Getting destroyed by flies looks like summer vibes. Oh man. I guess we'll do it like this. Unfortunately, we're not going to generate as much power as last time, since we don't have the Bounding Echoes. I just could not think of the name of the card for a moment. Anyways, we don't have the Bounding Echoes, so we aren't making the small gift boxes into infused cards. So we aren't generating as many charges as last time, but it's still a good first turn, which is why we did what we did. Would have loved to have made more small gift boxes, but, you know, here we are. The Echo Seedling already does a bunch for us. Alright. 2,000, nearly 3,000 to him. Also sad that we don't have the Bogflies turn 1, but anyways. There we go. Sadly, we don't get the Pyrolite turn 1, but that's okay. The rest of this, though, a lot less okay. But we'll do what we can to speed up Dominion, since we're going to have no problems with the others. How you doing, Moonjin? I am doing okay. I am weirdly tired today, but otherwise doing alright. Oh, you're gonna die. Well, that's annoying. I mean, I could have just not played you out, I suppose, but we'll still just do it. But yeah, for the most part, doing well. Our runs have mostly been okay. We had a couple clumsy things here and there, but mostly it's been okay. Okay, so you're dead. Which means we just work on you. Technically, entropy still needs to go down, but that's not going to take very long with the team here. It's a shame that I never upgraded the Bogflies at all, but hey. Because, like, if they even just had Incant Armor, that would be doing a lot of work for us. But, alas, wasn't meant to be. Die, you foul beast! Right. Well, it dies on the following turn. For my own enjoyment, we're gonna do this. Alright, well, it's already dying, but now it's dying super hard. Especially because the Reap is also doing 108 damage, and there we go. Ta-da! Alright. We were pretty dodgy on defense for a chunk of the run. Again, that would have been a lot easier if I had gotten quick on my dudes, but it was fine. We got there. A holdover Frenzied Swarm also would have been very appealing, but did not happen. I'm sleepy from medication. I still dislike the pill the size of my pinky. The silver lining is the last one seems to have been easy to swallow, so I guess I'm slowly getting the hang of it. Also, I seem to be in the best case scenario where I'm in nearly no pain except when I'm eating. I mean, that's way better than it could be. I mean, again, I don't have personal experience with getting my wisdom teeth out, but I know people who have, and it was a lot more miserable than that. So I'm glad to hear you are not suffering like you could be. But yeah. Unfortunately, you've arrived just as we're about to end for the day, so we're gonna stop there. Because I apparently badly need to sleep, despite not having done a whole lot today and having woken up somewhat late in the first place. But anyways, some fun runs, even if I was a bit tired. And sadly, we did lose our win streak because of bad choices. But regardless, it was fun. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll play more Monster Train. It'll be a grand old time. Truly, thanks for hanging out, and I will see you guys later.